Test, 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 test. And looks like vocals are looking good. All right, let's get started today. Good morning, everyone. It's been a little bit since I've been able to stream. Work has been kind of nuts, but thanks for bearing with me on that. Coming live a little bit earlier today, just because I got woken up by a fire alarm. It's always a fun time to get jolted up like that. But let me put out a post to make sure people know going live a bit earlier today. And there we go. So we're going to get started here today and take a look at charts. So we know today that there's really just one thing today. Preliminary UoM, 10 a.m. So we might see some displacement there. We might just see consolidation today and then sell off. I mean, we've already seen that London sold off today. And I think that we're going to start to retrace into this area. I mean, let's look at the charts here a little bit. I do think that's where we're going to be today. Let's see. All right. So let's take a look at the daily charts to see what we got going on this week. Now, the contracts have rolled soon or will be rolling soon. But we can kind of see at the beginning of the week, we had projections that we would go higher. Those projections got blown out of the water here. And now it's time for us to go back and take a look and see what was going on there. How did price move? What can we expect for the end of the week as we see this weekly candle here? How big of a retracement have we gone already? So we've already gotten past the TGIF trade. So that 20-30%, we could probably go lower. But we've already seen the TGIF trade, so likely we will continue to consolidate, if not start to drag a little bit lower. I wouldn't be surprised if we create a new high of week too, but there's not enough catalyst for us to do that, in my opinion. So downward is where I expect us to go. There's a lot of reasons why I expect that towards the end of the week. And just power 3 perspective, there's definitely it would be definitely going against the grain of the overall weekly expansion. So I'm going to be careful here and watch and see how price action dictates what and where we're going to move. So just know that we've already hit our 20% move here. And let's take a look at the lower charts. So I'm going to get rid of these projection targets. These were old. No more need to belabor them. And we can see that we have our 20-day, 40-day IP today high, which has jettisoned us into new highs. We can see right now that we have price continuing to move lower. It's not moving lower with enough strength and speed at 6:15 in the morning, but maybe we'll see something at 7 o'clock front running the 8:30 a.m. move. Until that point in time, let's take a look back at what we have down here. So we know that a lot of this stuff probably isn't going to be touched for quite some time. Those real-time hour gaps down there probably aren't going to be referred to for quite some time. So we're going to go ahead and get those off of our charts. Midnight candle opening as well. That one can be shifted a bit to midnight today. That cyan line, we're going to move that to the opening at midnight. Okay. Because we like to have that as a reference point. If we are trading below that, then that midnight opening price can be a point of reference. So we're going to keep that on our charts. We can see that at midnight, we traded above it, sold off. Displacement came up, took out buy stops, sold off even further. We happened to take out sell stops here to go higher, took out buy stops there, heading lower, and now we've taken out this whole list of stuff here, moving into the end of London and beyond. So we're gonna take a look and see if we have strength to continue to target this low here, or if we potentially target this rejection block just above it on the 15-minute. And we'll talk about that when we get to the 15-minute. But for now, let's get rid of some of the stuff that's on our charts that we no longer need. So these three were swing grades on the daily buy side imbalance. We can see that we reached the 25% mark and then bolted up. We're going to get rid of these for now. We don't need these anymore. We have these daily premium SIBI highs. This on the lower time frame acted the way it should already. We will potentially refer to this in the future. We'll keep this around for now. Let me see if there's something else there. Looks like I have another buy side liquidity line up there, so let me get rid of that. Cool. And then we can get rid of this. We can also get rid of some of our intraday markings there that we don't need anymore, and some of these lows. Let's go down. We know that we're aiming for this buy side imbalance, right? So from this, we take a fib from this low to this high, we know that the overall swing equilibrium point is roughly around here, right? So we're going to take a look at this here. As we wait for price, we see that sell side continues to get taken here. I'm wondering if it stops just short. If it stops just short of this, maybe takes this sell side out here at 19,513 and then heads back up, creating relative equal lows to get taken out a little bit later. Maybe we see a 50% retracement here, and then or maybe we see retrace up to this mitigation block and then sell off from there. I do think we're going to target this, and I think that, let me make this a daily dotted line so we know that's the midpoint here. And I'm going to label this as such too. So we're going to label this as 19,314 daily range equilibrium. So we know what that is now. We have, if we take a look at the candle bodies only, our equilibrium is still around the same side, but now we have a 61% retracement right at the bottom of that sell side, buy side imbalance. There's a lower one down here as well, but we would like to see this remain open as a daily breakaway gap or barely traded to, and then head higher for the following week. So that's what I'm looking for today. Even though we're macro bullish, we are seeing that we can certainly head lower first. Okay, so let's hop down to a 4-hour chart. So on that same 4-hour chart, there's no difference here, this low to this high. It's the same one. So you'll see the 50% equilibrium is still the same there. This real-time hour gap. Okay, so notice on the real-time hour chart for micro NASDAQ, you have quite a bit of liquidity void left from here to here. still remaining, right? So this is an area I believe we may target. I'm going to keep these at the open and close for now, but I do think that this area of liquidity void we could certainly target. We've got a lower time frame. We can get rid of this one now because this is a 15-minute one that we've already used up. So I'm going to get rid of this. And we can see that we now have, from yesterday's gap, we had traded down to fill yesterday's gap. So the question is today, when we open, where will that leave us? We have a gap higher if we open up lower where we are now. So that might take us a little bit higher to sell off and maybe consolidate. So Friday's a little trickier. Have to keep that in mind that we could consolidate, we could sell off, we could consolidate here and fill in any daily gap that gets created from the real-time hour charts. Okay. Okay, so let me set up my stuff here real quick. So let's finish charting here. So right now you can already see I'm mapping a movement lower to tackle potentially sell side here. We'll see if we get it. We'll see if this 4-hour closes below the midpoint of this, or if we don't. Let's see where the midpoint of this is. All right, so midpoint of this wick around here. We will mark this as well. And let's mark that as a 4-hour tail consequent encroachment. So we know if we close above that on the 4-hour, then we know that we're going to be supported around there. We may not make lower lows. If we break through that and close below there, well, there are key areas for us to retrace to, logical areas for us to retrace to as well. So we're going to frame the end of day power of 3 reversal with this in mind. Okay, so let's go down to a 15-minute or hourly chart. Same deal, not too much different here. You can see the short-term low, intermediate term low down here. So this one will be important to observe. We see that there's a sell side imbalance up here. We traded down to the rejection block here and are now trading upwards. I think that we're in the middle of this range here, so a little bit less probability. But we do see on the hourly chart that we're respecting this rejection block here for now. And there's still 29 minutes left remaining. And we see that we had a low, high, lower low. Let's see if this displaces higher, you know. And on the 15-minute chart, here's where we see a lot of our movement here. Let's get rid of some of these. I think these were projections from earlier. So we can now take a look. I'm going to get rid of this 15-minute sell side here. So this is a 15-minute one. We see that we've graded through the top quadrant of that only. So back when we were in quite a bit of a discount before the market really set off, we see that that was that was a top quadrant move. And now we're starting to see a lot more of the sell-off candles here. So what I'm observing today and what I see here, I want to see what we failed to make a higher high. So we have a high, higher high, lower high. I treat this as an intermediate term high, or I guess lower high technically here. So we're going to see if this one forms as well. This intermediate term high is followed by a lower intermediate term high, meaning we create another short-term high here, so this becomes an intermediate term high. Then there's a high likelihood that we'll treat that as a tipping point there, at least in the short term. On the 4-hour chart, we can see this is an intermediate term high here, and we've got lower high, and then the next one we see is here. So overall, our intermediate term highs are continuing to head higher. So we're going to see if we get a retrace down here to continue to head higher. At least that's what I'll be looking for. Retrace to head higher. Okay, so we see that we've on the smaller time frames, we see that we're starting to retrace a bit higher here. So I want to take a look at that swing. The problem is we're still within this dealing range here. 4-hour dealing range. So true dealing range right now is this high, this low. So equilibrium 19,595. I think that's our equilibrium. Dealing range, equilibrium rather. So I'm going to mark it as such. So that kind of reminds me that, hey, this is something that is important, that we are in a discount here, and that we may travel back up to this area here. It's very possible that we do. Before we sell off. So we can kind of see how within this dealing range, we created this lower high and this potentially lower low. This could sell further off. I'm not taking any trades until I see a larger displacement move, which we're starting to see here. We're starting to see movement on the 1-minute time frame. It's nothing like that screams displacement to me yet. Nothing like how we saw in London. So you can see if we go down to the 15-minute chart, in London, it was a little more clear that, hey, we would trade down to this sell side to eventually, so sell side gets taken there. Where's buy side? Here. Buy side gets taken there as well. So then it starts its day's move further down. So the day opened where? Around here? Right around here. So the day's open is here. Midnight open is up here. We've displaced lower. So now I think we're on a path potentially to head higher now. Shortly, I mean, we can still see that during these mitigation blocks have been respected, right? So we'll see if this mitigation block also gets respected here. You can see that each one of these mitigation blocks has been respected pretty much. This one got traded below, traded 2, sold off. This one got traded below, traded 2, sold off. This one got traded 2, below, traded 2, sold off. This one got traded below, is trading 2 at the moment. And is currently holding above. So we're going to watch this one closely, right? Because remember, this was a tail consequent encroachment on the 4-hour chart. So if price is still bullish, then we can trade to at least the equilibrium premium zone of the 4-hour dealing range. So if we see a rejection from here, though, I would we see a rejection from here, though, I feel like we'll take that even lower to beyond this tail consequent encroachment on the 4-hour chart. Okay. So we always want to frame this on the higher time frame charts. Always be framing this on the higher time frame charts here. Okay, let me go grab a quick look at what I want to trade today. And let me see. I'm going to take another crack at trade copier, but I'm only going to be trading like accounts. So let's pull this up once more. Not going to have a snafu like I did before. Do 2 contracts. Here we go. And let's go to 52. So we're going to be trading 2 contracts on performance account. And I will be copy trading that performance account to some of my other 50Ks. So that would be 66 and 67. Let me set up my trade copiers real quick. 66, 67. Okay, good. And then I also want to trade copy. Okay, so we see how we respected this again. So now if we drop below this low here, I would look to see if we drop below this low here. If we displace below this low, I'd like to see that. And then I'd like to see us tackle these relative equal lows targeting this low down here. So notice how we left these lows untouched. I'm watching to see how we react there. So we created relative equal low here, 19,546 low, 19,546 low. So I imagine we'll take this out. There's no real, like this low is 19,555.25. This high is 19,555.25. So there's no gaps. Not on the higher time frame at least. So if we take that sell side out, I'm inclined to trade that lower. Let me set up some of my other accounts here. 54 NASDAQ. 54 7 64 65 764 65 and then 69 as well. Where's my PAs? There it is. 69 and 73. Okay, so we're going to trade copy a couple things. Let me jot this down real quick. Need to check this. Here's my journal. Oh. Started to have some fail safes here. Actually, this is the wrong one. This is the right one now. I'm jotting down which accounts I'm trade copying. So I don't make the same mistake and accidentally copy to Apex evaluations like I did on the other day. So had a couple of good trades, and then I accidentally moved it to a different screen. Did not check my accounts. Did not check that my ATM strategy was set to full porting, because I was full porting on some evaluations when we had that cheap sale. And yeah, blew 4 accounts like that. So that was not fun. I'm never going to do that again. I hope that never happens to any of you either. Full porting 4 accounts, not exactly the best. All right, so we see that we rejected from this here, but we also see that we're seeing a little bit of strength here too. So excuse me. A little dusty here today. Drink some water. So let's determine what kind of liquidity that we're looking for today. This low, 19,500 exactly. That is a 15 minutes. What was that? 83, 84. This is potentially 19,500 is potentially a low that is of interest to us because that is a higher time frame intermediate. That's a 1 hour intermediate term low. It's high up here. So we have this intermediate term low. I'm gonna remove the rejection block for now. And then we also have all-time high up here, which failed up here. So I would expect for us, now that we've started to see a bit of consolidation up here, I would expect for us to either stay in this range, continue ranging for the day. Maybe we get a little bit of volatility at 10 o'clock in the morning, but I'm looking to see, do we get a 6:50 a.m. to 7:10 macro, and do we get a run on stops in the morning? Do we run these stops in the morning? If so, do we run this tails midpoint? If so, do we run this here? Because remember, on our daily chart, we're targeting this range to return to equilibrium, right? That puts us down further right around here in terms of where we're planning on being targeting rather. So we'll stay on the 15-minute chart over here so that we know what liquidity we're currently working with here. There's no reason to be trading at this time. There's nothing here that's high probability. We could still, this could be a small little blip, up close candle and a discount, which could end up taking the sell side liquidity out down here. And then we could consolidate and head back up to roughly the equilibrium of this greater dealing range that we're in, right? So we've seen that we've seen this kind of consolidating constriction zone here, and we know that we have potential for us to head lower today. So nothing to trade here though. We're in a really strange spot here. Maybe you can scalp, but there's nothing high probability in this range. We are continuing this trend lower. Now, if we take a look at how we would know when a trend is trending higher, so we can kind of see, we'll take a look at the day yesterday. So New York open, we sold off. London close, retraced optimal trade entry, and then we sold off again. So noon, oftentimes you'll get a run on stops, right? It wasn't clean, but there was a run on the stops that came earlier in the day, right? So we ran out those stops, and then towards the latter part of the day, we had again additional earnings happening towards the end of the day, so we saw a bit of volatility there. But notice how once we took out most of this buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency, once we took out most of that, we ended up selling off, buying up from there. Notice how that's an hourly order block as well. Nothing here on the 4-hour chart. daily chart, it's a blip, right? So even though we might be prone to reverse, I think the larger moves are still going to be on the upside. So those are the ones that I'm likely going to watch out for. Now, given that it's Friday, end of week, um, Friday, end of week, we are going to also monitor our ability to sell off and take sell side too. So we will wait for our setup and we'll wait to see what forms. So we're hoping we see something here at 7 o'clock. Sometimes there's a major run. It's consolidating pretty heavily here right now. So what this kind of shows is that we're forming what retail typically would start to recognize as a bull flag. Now, what we see as ICT traders is we see that this immediately sold off once we mitigated, but it didn't mitigate too much. So all these longs here, once we came back up here, some of them got out, and some of them got out and got out at break even. Now, usually if we get out at mitigation and there's continuation to the downside, we see a nice big run here because smart money's selling at that point. But notice how smart money is not selling into this. So what I see here now is you now see a original consolidation, kind of I mean, it definitely could head lower and take out this area of consolidation here. If we look at the 5-minute, it might be a little bit easier to see. So we can kind of see how we're in this total range here, still range bound. We can see that on the 5-minute chart, we're pretty much respecting bearish order blocks to the T there. If we have this be a low, high, lower, low, and there's not really a nice, easy to see consolidation down here, if we truly are thinking, hey, this is the spot where we're going to reverse, well, we would then treat this as a market maker sell model. So we have like this as the terminus here of the previous market maker buy model, which is the high portion of this accumulation, second stage accumulation, terminus, displacement lower, return to terminus, displacement lower, return to first distribution, and then second stage distribution, and we reached back to this area. So I wouldn't be surprised if we traded up first and then traded lower, but it's really hard to tell where it wants to go here. When we're stuck in this range here, it's very difficult to tell where we're going to go. So we need something that indicates us. Hey, Sam Emmanuel, you bullish or bearish on the day? I am still macro bullish on the overall flow, the higher time frame. I'm still macro bullish. But let's see, we're at mid-June. On the day, I think that the draw on liquidity for the day is to the sell side. Oh, look at that displacement there. Look at that displacement there. So here we should be able to now sell into this here. And we can target these lows here. One contract comes off here, and then one contract comes off here. So I like that displacement here. Now it doesn't have to go all the way down because this could have just been a stop hunt here, right? But we're going to consider this, that, hey, we are likely to head lower. This does feel like a displacement lower, and we are selling off from this mitigation here, so we do have some sellers here. Our stop loss has to be above this level here. Now, if we reach to 50% of our target, we need to watch this closely here. Does it respect that buy side imbalance here, right? Because this is technically here, this is a possible area. If we were bullish, this would be a possible area for me to see us retrace. I don't think this is the case. I think this is our institutional order flow. It has been to the sell side. I think that we haven't taken this out yet, so I would expect for us to head higher here, come up to this sell side imbalance, maybe trade up to the midpoint here, or maybe we trade up to this. And then if so, I will add another. We can reach this mitigation block. I'll sell one more. Okay, so now that's it. We shouldn't rise above this candle here if we are truly bearish, and if so, we want to keep our stop there. Okay. So we'll see if this trade works out. We are in a discount, so very possible that this trade does not work out. We're shorting in a discount, by the way. Now we're treating this in mind because we were framing this like we had further sell side to potentially target, possibly this rejection block down here. So we'll see if we get that movement lower. All right. All right, so good. We mitigated off of that as well. So we didn't want to raise our stops too soon on this one, but we're also seeing support at that buy side imbalance. So if we see this spike well above this high, then it's time to close our trade, right? We have to be really careful about that and monitor that closely. So I'm going to hop down to the lower time frames. I think that we should be able to now. Okay, good. We've started to slip below that tail consequent encroachment there. I think we are now able to. I probably should have trimmed one there, honestly, but I'm going to lower my stop loss to the consequent encroachment of a 5-second bearish order block here. I'm going to take one off, increase price here. I'm going to take one off here if I can get this. I do think we're going to target these relative equal lows, though, so I'm going to actually keep this here. So we shouldn't need to head any higher from here. We should be able to take, unless this acts as a rejection block, I think we're going to run for this low here. So I'd like to see some swift movement into second stage market maker sell model here. I would like to see us swiftly move out to keep those and take sell side here. It doesn't have to go all the way down to the sell side here, but I do want to see it take out these relative equal lows as our current outstanding liquidity. So we'll let that reach. It's gone about 50% of the way here, so we're now in profit. We're keeping our stops here. We're monitoring the lower time frames. Now we've reached another low. We can move our stops even further. So I want to see a big spike down to take out these two. This will be our first profit taking here. And we're watching this wick as well. See if we can grab a little profit here soon. We should take that out shortly. About 19 handles of profits. Okay, so little jagged here, but not too worried about that. We are a little bit worried about that though. So we're gonna raise our stops just slightly a bit here because we're starting to see a little bit of curling upwards on the lower time frames, and we're supporting this type of movement here. So I might need to close out of the trade here. Yep, that's kind of wild. So we didn't get stopped out yet, right? That just stopped out a lot of late shorts there. We traded back to this bearish order block, right? So we should now see some pretty swift movement to the downside here and to take out these relative equal lows here. Should see that next. And if not, we get to now move our stops. Once we get a low below that, then we can move our stops a little bit further, but not before that. So notice how it came to the midpoint of this buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. So I can kind of treat this as a balanced price range now. And we can see this immediate rebalance off of this bearish order block here. And we should see now we have relative equal lows here, here, here. We should see vicious move below that. If it's supporting here, then that's not great, you know. We want to see it like really sell off into that. May sells beautiful trade. Thank you. We'll see if it pans out, right? We'll see if our targets pan out here. It does seem to be hitting a little bit of the bid side here and staying there. So I'm really watching to see if we get that nice big drop from here. We want to see a really nice big wick down or something of the sorts, right? There we go. Okay, so now we've reached there. My next target is this rejection block here. Okay, so 19507.75, so around there. I want to move my stop loss now to the high of this. I want to move it actually to the mean threshold of this wick, right? There we go. Okay, so nice little trade this morning. I trade copied that on the performance account to 2 other accounts, so that 159 gets propagated to 3 accounts total there. it doesn't have to go any lower. Look at that wick down though. Look at where that. So we always like to give ourselves a little buffer if there's a. So this technically should be the open here, 19507.75. So notice how it went just one tick above that. You see that 19508 here? It went one tick above that, and then it bought up again. General heaviness means that it's likely going to take out this sell stop. But what it can do is hold out here for a little bit. Maybe it stops just below that and then rockets back up. So I've seen that as well. That's what rejection blocks are, right? When you see a rejection block like that, you kind of expect price. Okay, so now we've taken the rejection block out. We're looking at lower time frames. What happens here, right? So we can see how that trade panned out there, right? So we were looking at that as part of a second stage distribution of this market maker sell model. And this is what we like to see in that second stage distribution here. So now we have, let's look at the 4-hour chart. So now we've got this short-term low that's about, this sell side is about to be taken here. So what can we target next? This is roughly, I'd say this is roughly the midpoint here. Let's be exact though. On the 4-hour chart, where are our next targets? I like to use the midpoints of wicks if I can see them, right? Oh, it's pretty close there. Look at that. So yeah, your midpoint here, this is the next one, 19,473. This is a 4-hour. So 19,473.5, we'll say. Tail consequent encroachment. So this potentially could be another run, but notice how it didn't take out this sell side at 19,500. Is that interesting? And notice how we're starting to curl upwards from here now, right? So lower time frame, short-term high, displacement higher, 1 minute time frame, not quite displacement higher yet, but if you see it go above this level here, this was an inversion fair value gap to the sell side. Now we're seeing price on the lower time frames begin to expand higher. So we have this low, high, lower, low, this rejection block here. I like seeing this because this means eventually this relative equal low is going to get targeted at some point. Look at that. Look at that. Wow. That was one heck of a squeeze here. So notice how like we did not take that low out, right? Pretty wild there. And then we hit this balance price range again. So this is on the 1 minute chart, right? Buy side inefficiency gets rebalanced, treated like another mitigation block, and we're starting to see displacement higher. If we reach above this, I would look lower to see, hey, do we see discount buy side imbalances? So now we've traded above that high, okay? So we see this as a short term, like we traded above this short term high with displacement, right? So we're looking and expecting price to potentially trade down to this buy side imbalance here. Now that we're breaching this area here. Hey, what's up, Kirk? How you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Good to see you. So this was the earlier trade, of course, with the addition entry at the SIBI, addition at the mitigation block, and exit at the rejection block. So now we're looking to see, does this turn into institutional order flow entry drill here? Or does it reject off of this balanced price range once more, just to head lower and take out this sell side here at 19,500? So we're watching this to see. This is too low in discount for me to feel comfortable shorting. At any point, it could just skyrocket back up. But this draw, this daily draw for me makes so much sense. That we would draw down into this buy side imbalance. It's an imbalance, right? It's imbalanced on the sell side. So one thing to note would be, how do we trade when we're in this area, right? How do we trade? And actually, I shouldn't have gotten rid of that swing grade, because we can grade this swing as well. So we can see that there's this 19,378 in this premium buy side imbalance. I would say in the daily premium, I'm going to jot this down in my notes. So swing grades will be 19,439, 19,378, 19,318. So I'm writing all these down as potential swing grade levels. And I'm writing these all down because writing them down really helps your brain to recognize them if they head down there. Nuruddin Ben Musa, thank you for the analysis. It greatly assists us in our trading activities. Oh, that's really kind of you to say, Nuruddin. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate having you here. It's my pleasure. So I find this to be fun. This is the time when I can do it before work, so that's all I've got, you know? I kind of have to trade during these early parts of the day. And waking up earlier, it's really crystal clear. It's so much clearer during the day. Let me switch over. I'm going to switch over to some of my other accounts here. Let's go to 54. We're going to trade 10 contracts on this one. Make sure I have that. Okay, so on the 15-minute chart, since we know we're at the high end of the week, so I want you to pay attention to this here. We are at this is where we started the week, these black lines, new week opening gap. We traded lower, displaced higher, 2022 entry, and expansion throughout the week, right? Now we're seeing sell-offs and consolidation. We have engineered relative equal lows here. So my guess is that if we are to do something now, I would almost expect us to either quickly take out these relative equal lows and trade lower, or retrace to an equilibrium point, which would make sense And what do we have here on the 15-minute chart? From this high to this low, what do we have here? We have equilibrium here, but what's above it? 15-minute sell side imbalance coupled with a bearish order block. So we want to mark this one out on the sell side imbalance side. We do see one that's further up here. I don't think we're going to get up there. So I'm going to remove that. But as you can see here, we're seeing some continued selling, but we're seeing a little bit more buying as well here. So we'll see if we have maybe a 15-minute return to this balanced price range. Look at how quickly we took out buy side and then we dropped again. So yeah, I mean, I think we're in a really severe discount now, though, so you have to be careful. But I do see that at 19,586, 585, 586, around here, this happens to also be at the 4-hour dealing range equilibrium point. Now, one thing to note is that this 4-hour equilibrium range from here to here, price has been trading within that range. So once we break it, that creates a new dealing range. So we need to consider that dynamically as we go, right? As we know, we are at the high of this week's run. Let me get rid of some of these things. These are all old. These are all old markings there from previous days to study. So sometimes I go back and rechart old days when I go back and study at the end of the day. So we're hitting around 7:19 in the morning. There's no run up in the morning, it seems. But we are looking to see, now that we've seen this price be engineered here. We saw longs, late longs, barrel into a balanced price range and get rejected again. So if we do a third barrel up into this range and then we get rejected once more, then I would imagine we will take this out and we'll take the 4-hour tail consequent encroachment as well. This value here. So that's what I'm watching out for next. Can we retrace and head up into this area? Yeah, but it takes, these are 4-hour candles, so it takes some time for us to get up there. You can see on the hourly candle, we've got sell side imbalances up there as well, right? So it would make sense if we would retrace up here, maybe during New York, and then sell off from there. Overall, I'm still macro bullish, but we are in such high of a premium that I would expect us to trade down potentially into a discount before we headed higher. So I do think whether it's this week or whether it's possibly next week, that we trade down to that daily equilibrium range from this high and this low, right? Within this buy side imbalance, that dealing range, that daily range equilibrium. Let me get logged into my other computer. This buy side imbalances range here, you can see that when I grade this, the 75% part is really close to the daily equilibrium. So we could see us trade all the way down to here, and then I would drop down around this level, the 318 level, 314, I would drop down around this level to a lower time frames to see, do we see a reversal here? Do we see evidence of that? Now, I prefer this one here. So to give you an idea why, if we take this low and have a high here, the reason why I like this buy side imbalance better is because we have optimal trade entry within a buy side imbalance that's coupled with a bullish order block. So I like a move down to this daily buy side imbalance. And if that happens, and if I'm here, I would like to take longs from that point onwards. So, yeah, that's kind of like what I'm framing out for today is a retracement. Maybe it's a retracement / consolidation here. So that's at least what I'm seeing right now. We're consolidating pretty heavily here. So this frames our bias on the higher time frame charts. 15-minute allows us to trade within that bias, right? And we know that we've got these pink lines are a previous opening range liquidity void, and the midpoint happens to be of that range happens to be really close to a 75% swing grade of this BISI, which also is really close to that midpoint of the whole daily range. So I like a draw down to this area. I am slightly bearish if it is going to retrace, it's going to come back to equilibrium at least first. So that's what I would expect. If it's very bullish, it will go no lower than the 25% mark. So we'll see institutional order flow entry drill here, and then we'll continue to see crazy spikes to the upside somewhere around here. If this holds and we see displacement higher, then I do think that in New York, if you see this sell side, I'm going to get rid of this rejection block on the 15-minute, by the way, now that we've used it. I'm going to solely keep these sell sides here and watch for New York session. If I'm not here, just watch for these to be taken out, stop hunted, maybe come down to this 4-hour tail consequent encroachment as well. And then I would look for a reversal back to the upside to target some internal range liquidity, whether it's here or it's this one, this sell side imbalance here, or this sell side imbalance there. Either one can be targeted if we start to see displacement to the upside. Okay. So a nice little trade there. We are looking for I would imagine now that we've taken out this sell side liquidity and we've taken out the rejection block, that it would make sense to me to trade a little bit higher now. I'd like to see us trade higher above this short-term high. I can get rid of this mitigation block now. I'd like to see us trade above this short-term high up into this sell side liquidity. Maybe this one up here, sell side imbalance, but at least this one, and reject from there to take out relative equal lows. That's what I'm framing right now. So I see this happening here. Low, high, lower, low. But I'm not seeing true displacement higher yet. I need to see big greens, right? I want to see large green candles here. If we're biased to the upside, because we're now breaching above this balanced price range. And when price is balanced, you don't typically need you typically see this immediately reject off of that. So this could be a 1, 2, 3 drives higher into this balanced price range and then just completely take this out too. So until you see really marked like displacement higher, until you see that, makes it quite difficult for you to determine whether or not we have institutional order flow higher, right? Like this whole day was rough. That was yesterday was a great day to get chopped out, even though the larger plays were to the downside, right? So, um, so it showed earlier, even with 2 or 3 micros, you can make hundreds of dollars, right? Right? Like, oh, there it is. Let me drop down to a lower time frame. So we're starting to see a bit more movement to the upside. We saw a find this here. So we saw that this isn't like true displacement to me. It's really slow, lethargic price action, but it is creeping upwards. Um, in terms of our economic events today, we've got really just this 8:30 a.m. low import prices, not going to be much of a concern. We might see a little bit of volatility here at 10 a.m. See if there's anything this week. Let's see. Import consensus, consumer sentiment 10 a.m. Baker Hughes rig count. So oil might see a little bit of movement at 1 o'clock. So 1 o'clock, it might be a good time to take a look at oil and gas if you're a commodities trader. Okay. So again, like this is that weird time before 8:30 a.m. open. So we saw this kind of movement above a short-term high. So we got a movement above a short-term high before. We've had it here. We saw a big green. This was a big green candle at some point. So if this sells off and it doesn't close above like that and doesn't create space for us, then we can't really consider that to be a shift in market structure, right? Change in state of delivery. If we start to see price head above a short-term high, kind of like you saw price move above here, traded lower, we know that it's likely to head higher once we start to see short-term highs violated. We haven't seen that yet on the 15-minute chart. So you can start to see on the 5-minute, we did get a candle close above this area, but so did we here, right? And if you went long there, you got destroyed. Okay, so we're gonna probably see some consolidation. If we start to see movement higher above this level, I can look for a retracement to go long and target this internal range liquidity up here. That's what I'm looking for right now, right? Let's mark this buy side here. This alone is going to look like a double bottom to retail. Now, what we see as ICT traders is we see that we're still within this dealing range, and this whole price action counts as an inside trading range to this dealing range to me. Okay. All right, so we're waiting to see if we see price trade above this short-term high on the 15-minute. If we do, then I'm going to consider that to be a shift in state of delivery. So a lot of this is waiting around patiently for the plays. Notice how we respected that 4-hour tail consequent encroachment here, especially on the 15-minute. Notice how the bodies have respected that 4-hour tail consequent encroachment here, right? So even though we traded lower, you can see how we respected that. So we want to see how this holds for now, but this for sure will get targeted. These relative equal lows are too clean for this not to get targeted. So we traded lower, engineered liquidity, are going to trade higher to internal range liquidity, and then we'll tackle external range liquidity. So I didn't see a setup here. I did not take this one, low, high. Probably could have as a low, high, lower, low, trade above, return to bearish buy side imbalance here, and then head higher. But you have to wait for that sell side to get taken first sometimes, because this could have just been one final like jolt up to squeeze out any late shorts, and then it could have dropped completely there. So over time, you're going to see those same setups, and you'll be able to know when it's less risky to take a trade. What? All right, I need to restart my computer apparently. All right, so now, oh no, look at what it did. So the high here is 19,563.50. The high here is 19,563.50. This is kind of funny because now we have a really interesting thing here, because we have liquidity both to the upside and to the sell side. So I think that they're going to bust through this here shortly. It's so interesting to see it when this happens, because you have relative equal lows here. You have relative equal highs really close by here that probably will get taken shortly. There we go. All right, there we go. So now we can consider this to be a change in state of delivery. What I would do next is I want to take this 5-minute move here, and we can see this is a 5-minute bullish breaker now. So operating within that window, I'm watching to see how does this work. You could take the 15-minute one. You could technically even take the 1-minute one, but 5-minute one's fine. Roughly within this area that we have a bullish breaker. So if we see displacement above here and return to that breaker, we can take that breaker up to this sell side inefficiency. So now I'm watching these lower time frames here. Do we get that chance? Okay. We're trading back into this breaker area. Let's take a look to see if we have any imbalances. There's a tiny imbalance here on the 15-minute. 5-minute chart has, let's see, yeah, we can see us return back to this buy side imbalance potentially. This one would be better if we are bullish on this reversal. There's no fair value on the 1-minute chart until you get down to roughly here, which would put us back at that balanced price range, which I would not want us to see. I don't want to see this move any further, right? But yeah, this 5-minute movement down to this area might be something of interest. Kirk says, Johnny, so refreshing to hear your market commentary without all the nonsense. I miss you. Ah, thanks, bud. No, I appreciate that. Work has been tough, so can't really makes it quite difficult when there's a crazy week, super stressed, super not in the right mind space. Also, the fact that I blew 4 250k accounts accidentally by not looking at the settings can be really, really tilting. So, okay, so now we have a return to, we have down close candles in a premium. I don't trust those, but it is within this, within the realm of possibility. I want to see us head down into this 5-minute buy side imbalance here. I don't want to see it do much else. So let's see what happens here. Do we trade down into this buy side imbalance? Do we trade to the midpoint, which also happens to be a balanced price range on the 1-minute chart? Let's see what happens here. SBC King, what are you trading? I'm trading a futures contract called Micro NASDAQ, MNQ. NASDAQ NQ is the actual here, but I'm using micros because that's what my prop firm demands of me. You don't want to be spilling the beans on your prop firms. Okay, cool. So now that we've reached that buy side imbalance here, so we reached this 5-minute buy side imbalance. Nothing on the 1-minute. We reached a down close candle on the 15-minute as well. No further imbalance here, by the way. So now we're looking for evidence of movement higher here. So we like that 1-minute candle close there. I like that did that. I want to see this continue to close above this 5-minute breaker. It can wick down a little bit. We see how we wick down into that buy side imbalance a bit. But again, like it's so close. It's so close to this that it could just, take a high, take a high, take a high, and then we could see this be a 3 drives pattern, and then sell off from there too. So I'm hesitant. I'm hesitant until we take out a sell side liquidity here or a buy side liquidity here or here, it's not as easy to read, right? We're in the middle of a range. It's never as easy to read as if you're in the middle, smack dab middle of a range. But we have tendencies like here. I'm watching to see, does my lower time frame support a movement higher, right? So this was probably a nice little run here if you were willing to take it, but it was too close to the other liquidity there, so I wasn't willing to take that one. And buy side is kind of slow. We're not seeing major, big rips to the buy side, right? The big rips that we're seeing, except for this one. We saw this one, and then we kind of just like dilly-dallied all the way up. Generally, we're still seeing that we have down close candles be king right now, but we do have a shift in state of delivery. So I'm watching this like a hawk. Does this hold at this bullish breaker? So SBC King, what is the ticker for this, as I can't find it on Trading 212? What is Trading 212? Let me look at this. Trading 212. Invest in global stocks and ETFs. Oh, okay. I see. Stocks and Forex. Let me see if this has futures or not. Trading 212. Future CFDs. Okay. I see. So you might be trading CFDs. If you're using Trading 212, I think you might end up using CFDs. I'm trying to remember what is NASDAQ CFD. US Tech 100. So let me see if there's a micro NASDAQ. So you might be able to look, let's see, Trading 212. So this is micro NASDAQ. I just don't know if there's a micro one of these. Is there a MMQ equivalence CFD? So I don't know if there's an equivalent on this one, but NQ on CFD. US Tech 100 Index Futures CFD is based on the NASDAQ 100. So that's probably the closest one that you can have. Because the Trading 212 seems like a CFD trading platform. And for those that for those that aren't aware, that CFD is a contract for difference. It's just the financial arrangement where like you don't actually buy or sell the underlying asset. It's like a future. They're essentially financial contracts that pay the difference in settlement price between the open and close. So it's like a future. Oh, looks like we broke away from there. So that's why I don't like trading when we're in this area, right? So SBC King, you might need to use CFD if you're using Trading 212. In the United States, we aren't allowed, prop firms aren't allowed to trade CFDs. There a lot of brokerages are able to set their price and slip people by trading CFDs. So we trade futures. So if you see up here, these are various futures tickers here, right? So you've got bonds, you've got oil, you have gold, you got NASDAQ, like you've got the Dow here, you've got bond yields as well. And then of course Forex as well. I didn't realize I could trade Forex on this. To be perfectly frank, I thought we couldn't trade Forex, but I could be wrong. Maybe I'll start trading Forex as well. Indices, micros. This is all, you know, these are all stocks as well. But yeah, if you want to trade futures, you can. I would venture to say, like, use your trading 212. Keep on that 212, because futures, Apex is not the easiest. It is for seasoned traders and for people who are looking to become professional traders. So on this link on my YouTube, you'll see the firm that I'm with. They actually have a 71% off evals and 1 day to pass from the next 4 days, it looks like. So yeah, that's what I use, and that means these accounts, probably the lowest accounts is around $30 now, maybe $40. So we just got done with a huge sale. So I wouldn't recommend you do that though if you're not if you don't have a model. It's much easier, or you can do it, but train on demo for that. So we traded back down to that 5-minute buy side imbalance. I am willing to take a position now as we enter back into that buy side bullish breaker here. And what I want to do is I want to be taking 6. This position is here. I want to be selling 6 here. And then I want to leave the rest for this sell side imbalance here. Now this could come against us and trade all the way back down, but I like that we took out sell side, we took out sell side, we took out sell side again, and that we're starting to reach back higher here. So I like that. I don't want to see it trade much lower here, but if we do, then we'll take that loss. That's fine. In fact, I don't even want to see it trade below this one candle here. I don't want to see it do that, because if it's gonna do that, then it's gonna trade below our trade below here and come back down to our balanced price range. Okay. So we're watching this closely, seeing what happens here. That could have just been a quick little jump to get people like me who are itching to go long in. So we have here, see if it doesn't respect this breaker, then I might collapse position, but I like how it's respecting the breaker for the most part here. So I want to see this respect that and continue to respect that there. If it doesn't, then we're in for a big drop below this short-term low, and it'll take our stops out as well. So I'm going to do one thing. I'm going to raise my stop to, oh, I should have raised it to the right there anyways, but technically this low should be where we should keep our lows. I want to see it continue to hold at this buy side imbalance there. It's not looking super promising here, but we're playing our model. We're playing what we see as a potential here. So we'll stick to it for now, and then we'll take a loss and lower our contracts by half if we get stopped out. I will don't want to take a full loss on this one if we spike down. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to raise my stop loss to just below this higher low here. And I'm expecting for us to continue higher. And if we trade lower, we trade lower, right? But I think I should be able to stop us out here. I'd like one more run above that. I'd like one more run above the short-term high that I've taken 6 contracts off at. That would be ideal for me. But it's not really running as smoothly as I would like. 752. Yeah. I want to see us like quickly move up to that high there. That would be ideal. This is what happens when you try to enter and it's not an ideal entry. The ideal entry would have been at that buy side imbalance at a discount, right? So this is what happens when you try to come in at these times. So we're watching this really closely. Let me see here. Sell side got taken there. Sell side got taken there. Okay. We shouldn't have to take that out, but just in case, I think this is where I can keep my stop now. Shouldn't have to, though. And also, just in case this doesn't go the whole way, I can also consider this as a potential rejection block. So we want to see larger green candles before it sells off and takes out this. We would want to see a movement to this this area and this draw, in my opinion. Hey, what's up, Jay Whitway? Good to see you, man. Good to see you, brother. So I don't like how slow it's moving. Usually I would prefer seeing price be supported by bullish breakers a lot quicker than this. So I'm tempted to just collapse this trade and look for another one if it doesn't run anytime soon. It's just a little too slow here. 7:55. We have news at 8:30 a.m. So I would like for us to, again, take out this high here and run for that sell side imbalance. I don't know. That might be too high. Is it too high? Is it too high to run for that sell side imbalance up there? Looks like maybe it's too high. We took one buy side up there. Oh, might need to collapse the trade here. If we drop below that buy side, that breaker on the 5-minute chart, I might close this out. I mean, the thing is I really like that it's holding here, but if it continues to drop, I gotta close out of this, right? If it continues to hold, then it's gonna do what I'm expecting it to do. But this is a contrary to current state trade. All right, so we might get stopped out here. Looks like buy side is not in the books for today. And I don't want to be like pushing a trade either. I don't want to be forcing a trade here. So we got back down to the buy side imbalance. We are failing at this breaker here, meaning we're not seeing a ton of support here, right? So I'm going to raise my stop loss, because if we head lower, we're going to head lower really quickly and just drop out, I imagine. Yeah, see how like we continue to get sold into. It's not something you want to see when you're looking to long. So I'm gonna get stopped out here. If it trades lower, it's gonna trade lower beyond this low, and I don't want to take a full loss there. But look at that. It traded to this sell side imbalance and has almost instantly sold off from there. And we would need to see some really strong candles here if we're going to have any shot at this taking out this high up here. We need to see some really strong candles now. But look at that. We keep on getting sold into here. So I don't think longs are in the mix for today. So we took that loss there. That's fine. We can go down to 5 contracts. Risk managed. We're going down to 5 contracts now. And we can probably just hold off until, oh, wow. Look at that. That's good that we stopped out. So we tried. So it's back down to that balanced price range, and there's a good chance now that's going to end up trying to take out this short-term low, these relative equal lows. Watching this real closely though. We did trade down to a old balanced price range. And we're seeing, so this breaker is no longer reasonable. We're going to remove it. We see that buy side got taken, displacement lower, back to a sell side imbalance. Took out buy side, and we're in the midst for heading lower for the time being. So buy side, sell side got taken out here. Buy side got taken out here. So we'll see if we end up getting, let's see, this is on the 1 minute. So on the 5 minute, we'll see if this ends up getting respected here. You see on the 15 minute, what does this look like? Okay. We'll enter here as well to the sell side. Give it a shot. So here we're monitoring this because now we have this bearish order block here. This is a bad entry. That was a buy the or sell the ask. I probably should have sold limit up here, honestly. So I'm now looking to see if this continuation continues to head all the way down to our expected sell side. We saw that buy side failed there, so I'm using that momentum and thought that because our buy side failed there, we did trade down into this small area of buy side imbalance, sell side inefficiency. So I might try to add a bit if we trade up here. And we should be putting our stop loss at the midpoint there. Antonio Valentin, always watching and learning. Leasing, thanks. Hey, no, I'm always learning as well. So what we want to see next is we want to see this this sell side imbalance supported here. We want to see that kind of like drop out pretty quickly, and we don't want to see this continuation of wicks like we've seen below there. That would be not ideal. But that might have just been a sell grab. We'll see. Because this is a 4-hour tail consequent encroachment here. So it does seem to be holding pretty well. And we can see that there's buyers that are supporting this line very closely. That was not an ideal entry, by the way. That was me buying the ask or selling the ask. And when you sell the ask, you get a really shit entry like here. So there we go. So now we've re-entered in a truly good, a better entry point here would be in this sell side imbalance. And if this trades up to beyond the midpoint of this bearish order block, then we will stop out and be done for these accounts, you know? Technically, stop loss should be up here, but because we have added, we're not going to move our stop loss to below the midpoint of this wick because this could trade higher here. So this, again, like this is kind of like why I don't like trading in this kind of like mess. It's really messy trying to trade in this. Sometimes these structures don't really play out when there's a lot of consolidation like we have here. So looks like this might go for a squeeze and squeeze out some of those late shorts like myself. And that's a good one I'll be journaling about if this gets stopped out here. We do see a lot of relative equal lows here, just sitting here resting. So we'll see how that can determine our move. If this supports here, then we're probably going to move up higher. Um, 8:05 a.m. So yep, we'll see how this works out. We wouldn't mind seeing it fail here, but I mean, look at that price action. It just came down to a buy side imbalance and bounced off of that old balanced price range too. So things are not looking in our favor. It's likely going to just bust up higher now. So the tragedies of trading in a range like this is that you're going to get wicks. You're going to get wicked out and you're going to get stopped out like I'm about to get stopped out too. So now that we've had 2 losses there, we have to go down to 3 contracts. Probably 2 contracts here. And we can go with 3 contracts. So looks like our bullish bias was correct. We just entered really poorly way up here, got stopped out, tried to go short again, got stopped out. So we do, looking back at this, we do see that we saw a shift in state of delivery. We saw a return to fair value, which was this fair value gap, and that would have been the correct entry to possibly target this up here now. So we'll see if we get this. If we get the opportunity to, we'll see if we get an entry here. Again, I don't love this entry. I think that it's like, you know, you can see this kind of mess here. It's taken both sides pretty equally, and it hasn't gone down to take out any form of liquidity there. So it's kind of just messy right now as we wait for the 8:30 a.m. news. So need to get into my other computer though as we're waiting. So we'll just wait until 8:30 from now. Now that we've taken 2 losses, we halved our contracts, right? So our goal now is, out of this 380 loss, we need to make back 190. 3 contracts, definitely doable. I'm not worried about that. But what I'm doing is I'm doing proper risk management, right? I want to see, does price end up taking out one of these liquidities, right? I prefer a rise to the buy side. I do see that we came and took out late shorts here. Late longs are being taken out by a creep downwards, and this might even head even lower. On the 15-minute chart, nothing really there. Hourly chart, wicks, we saw a return to an hourly sell side imbalance and a sell off from there. 4-hour chart is kind of just engineering more liquidity there. So yeah, in the short term, I still do I do find that a movement higher to move lower later still makes sense. The hourly candle could be institutional order flow entry drill to the sell side though. So when I can make a case for both sides, I kind of just have to sit on my hands, you know, nothing to be done here. And technically I could go down to the lower time frames and just try to trade liquidity to liquidity, but I don't want to do that on this yet. Okay, so nothing is happening over here. So we wait. Remember, 8:30 a.m. is our first news. So all of this is just kind of like jagged, you know, getting people. You can kind of see it's just like sell side, buy side, sell side got taken out, then midway through buy side, comes back down, takes out buy side. Now it's just been jagged through this whole area. So let's wait this out. I'm gonna set up some meetings. And let's see. I'm gonna probably trade until 8:30, and then if there's nothing to trade there, I might need to leave to eat breakfast. I haven't eaten breakfast yet. Okay, let's see what's going on here. All right, so we got some drop here. A little bit of a drop, so sell side does seem to still be in charge. You can see these big wicks. Still getting big, nice little wicks here, consolidation. And everybody's getting chopped out on this. I would not be trading here. I am not trading here. I would not be trading here if I were you either. So right now, by the way, the earlier trade that was green on the 50K accounts, that one, let's see. Let me see something. Where is the... So that's about 160. Okay. So that puts one of my main performance accounts up to 2008, 2900. So I'm going to continue to build up that 50K's buffer. Just, you know, a little bit at a time. And I'll continue to copy trade across the other 50Ks. So hopefully the goal there will be that I can take the 50Ks, less risk, continue to grow them, and then copy trade those three so that I can have payouts of like 500, 500, 500 at a time once I build up the buffer on the other ones as well. And then for the 150Ks, I'm going to be going for more robust payouts. So since that's copy traded across 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 accounts, I'm going to be looking for, you know, if I can do 500 across those, great. You know, if I can do 1,000 across those, even better. I'd prefer that over taking out 500 a pop. obviously. Oh, let's see. 4 till 5. Now let's see, it's free. Uh, okay. So, what has happened now? Oh, look, we've hopped back up. I hope none of you are trading this. We're just waiting it out, right? So we're waiting out this flow until 8:30. Time distortion is what Michael Huddleston says. If you're waiting for time first, then price. Generally, we've seen price has kind of just consolidated. So we expect what I hope will play out is that we at 8:30, I'm looking to see if we take out relatively equal lows, come and take out the rest of this buy side imbalance, maybe this one down here, maybe this one down here. And I like for us to trade higher first. I want to see this sell side imbalance tackled first before we take out these relative equal lows, right? I like that we have room for that potentially. On the real-time hour chart, we'll definitely open up. If we stay around here, we'll open up with a gap below us. But if we close that gap before New York Open, then there's room for us to head even higher. And there's also room for us to head up to a sell side imbalance that is a little bit higher, which is this one up here. I didn't mark it, but you can on your charts. But all right, so we're seeing some spike ups here, still within range, so nothing to be nothing to phone home about yet. Yep, Kirk says just waiting. Yep, just waiting. Now, these types of movements, if we start to see major displacement to the upside, that's when we kind of have to start paying a little bit more attention. But it's not to say it can't wick up and then just completely give up everything that it did here, right? But these types of moves are meant to take out shorts that went short, and then if we see vicious moves lower, these took out some longs as well, right? These moves lower took out longs. These moves like this took out shorts. So we're just waiting. Now here, we have 9 minutes left on the 15-minute. Let's go down to a 5-minute and see what we're seeing here. So we're seeing price respond well to this buy side imbalance so far. We haven't seen a candle close beneath it. So let's take a look at this from a return and retracement perspective, right? So now that we've gotten movement here, I want to see, do we treat this as a, like, is this going to be a breakaway gap and then we head up towards our original goal, which now we have this buy side imbalance, by the way. So it just took a while, but looks like our original sentiment that we're going to get a retracement higher is still correct. Now, on the 5-minute chart, there's a little buy-side imbalance here that'll form. We'll see if we get our chance to return back to it. I should have kept with my original thesis, though. Change in state of delivery. Return back to a buy-side imbalance. Probably could have held that a little better if we just entered at the consequent encroachment there at 40. We would have, it would have been dicey. We would have felt a little difficult down here, but it does seem like we are inching higher. Now, do I take a long here? No, that would be irresponsible. Will it take this out and then head higher? Potentially. So here I need to look for lower time frames. I need to look for buy-side imbalances to be taken on the lower time frames here. And then we need to be wary of the buy-side here to be taken as well, because that was a previous sell-side candle on the 5-minute chart. 15-minute, we can see that we're starting to get to a point. If this candle closes, then we will head higher. Okay, so we should take out that buy side next. I'd like to see us return a bit to either, we'll see this treated as a breakaway gap. So maybe return to this volume imbalance on the 1 minute. Maybe this one down here. Oh, look at that. Our longs just squeezed everyone out there. So now we're looking for a return back. Since buy side got taken there, we want to see if we can get a return either to this buy side imbalance, or maybe these volume imbalances here, maybe this volume imbalance down here. See what we get. So we were correct long. We unfortunately just went long way in a really, really bad spot here. Shouldn't have gone long in a premium. Should have waited for a discount. Optimal trade entry. So real life feedback for myself there. I think that I can potentially go. This is also a 3 drives pattern too, but we haven't reached the sell side imbalance yet. So I think that we're likely going to have. Let's see how this 5-minute candle forms, and then we took buy side already here, so I imagine we'll head lower for the time being. I want to see if we reach down to this area here. This is where I'm watching, keeping an eye out for. I like this portion of the buy side imbalance. And this volume imbalance is where I would then target next. So retail is going to see this as an inversion, head and shoulders. I think that's valid until we hit that until we hit this sell side imbalance, buy side inefficiency. Okay. Um, this purchase here, my stop loss has to be below this candle. It has to be below here. It's about 10, 12, 10, 12 handles or so, I'd say. And our goal is to make back half of what we lost. So 190 is what we're looking for. Does this have to go all the way up to that sell side imbalance? No, it does not. But that's just where the draw is for me. That's where I think the draw is going to be, right? So now that buy side's taken, I would expect for us to trade lower, maybe down to equilibrium. If it doesn't need to, this is already a 25% retracement. We've traded down to this buy side imbalance. If it's very bullish, it might not even give the shot to head all the way down here. It might just go. So we'll see what happens in about 2 minutes from now. 8:28 now. Jay Whitway, one of my biggest entry problems, seeing the move but not waiting for an imbalance. I can clearly see getting tagged first. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, this was a no-brainer if we had just kept, like, even this optimal trade entry, great. But if we missed that one, even if we had just kept to optimal trade entry, let me try to pull this over so you can see the numbers a little bit better. Notice how we traded exactly down to optimal trade entry that had a fair value gap, right? So even this one, technically, I could keep this at 61%. In fact, I might add 2 if we do trade down here. But yeah, you can kind of see how from this low, we saw a change in state of delivery right there. So instantly we can take optimal trade entry, go look, where's the 50% mark? Great. Had we entered here, we still would have been fine, right? 19,539, 19,531. Our stop loss of 12 handles would have still taken this, and we still would have survived. Now, in this case, this might just run. I think this is going to run for that Sibi, because that was quite a bit of a move. All right, we're going to try and get in on this, because I think this one's going to end up trying to make a run for it here. Actually, that just took sell side, so or buy side, so that might have been a bad move. But it does look like it's in a hurry to get up to that sell side imbalance. I forgot that it was 8:30, so it might actually reverse on me here. If so, I'm going to close that out. Shoot, I used the wrong contract size as well, so yeah, this could reverse on me really quickly here. I should probably just close out of this, honestly. Okay. Yeah, look at that. Should have just waited. That one's my fault there. Should not have FOMO'd in there. It looked like we were going to have a quick run, a swift run up to that sell side imbalance. Doesn't seem like we're going to do that now. We might actually sell off, stop ourselves out, and not, not even get the chance there. So I'm curious if this will just trade lower, take out my stop, then trade down to like the 52.48 area. Because I think they like look at that right when I entered, instant sell off. So that leads me to believe that this is likely going to get taken here. So I'm going to remove. Oh shoot, hold on, I gotta close that. That was improper movement from me. So I need to go back down. Buy 3 here. Buy 2 here, like my original plan was. And if this gets stopped out, then we're done trading for the day. It was a little bit much of a loss for us. Okay, first position is in. And then remember, this could be a 3 drives move higher. And this could be now an area that it just completely drops out too. So I don't love it, but logically, I would prefer it to head higher before we head lower. It might not have to do that, but closing out of that long. Like whenever I see this type of movement, 1 drive, 2 drive, 3 drive higher, I'm skeptical of moves higher. So I'm going to wait to see, does this provide us with a move higher, or is it going to just drop out completely and aim for this low here? So let's see. So this traded back up to, and let me get rid of the, there's a little bit too much on here. Let me get rid of the markers because that's a little distracting here. So we traded back up to this sell side imbalance here. I want to see, yeah, do we trade down to 48 next? And I will, let's see what this looks like. 1, 2, 3 drives higher. It hasn't driven higher into like a specific area though. Usually, I mean, technically there's a 5-minute bearish breaker there, or bearish order block there. But yeah, it's reached the 50% mark from this low to this high. It's reached that at least. So let's see, do we get our optimal trade entry here and trade down to this buy side imbalance? Like I'm always thinking in the back of my head, like, hey, they left this down here. Looks like we probably should have stayed in our long there at the equilibrium, huh? What does this look like here? All right, let's try a re-entry here. I hate these moves because it's so hard for me to read this right now. So I think we're going to end up heading up towards this sell side imbalance. So another buy side got taken yet again. Maybe that buy side got taken for us to come down and hit this optimal trade entry potentially. It just wouldn't make sense for me for them to not take this out first, right? So I will also enter around 19,549. We'll see if we get that entry. And so buy side got taken there. I'm looking to see, does it want to target sell side, or is it just coming down into this buy side imbalance? Let me look on the lower time frames to see if there's any clues. Yeah, I could definitely see us coming back down to the 49.5 level. I mean, now this dealing range keeps on changing very slightly, right? So our 61.5 is now at 19,550 around this area, which would put us right around this buy side imbalance here. So I'm gonna stick to this long here. We'll see if we can capture this move from 550 to about 585. Or if it just continues to go off, it might do that too. I am running out of time, unfortunately. So, I'll leave this on, and if it runs up to the sell side imbalance without us, then fine. I might start to look to see, hey, does it want to reject here and take out these relative equal lows? Maybe at 930, it rides up to this area, takes out this high or this sell side imbalance, and then trades lower. Or maybe it trades up to this sell side imbalance and then trades lower. Those are the only other ones. And I would look at every single one of these wicks. The consequent encroachment of these wicks could be internal range liquidity as well. So I'm looking at those thinking, okay, maybe we'll see some form of return to those, right? So you can see how we've continued to trade down into this buy side imbalance. We are seeing some buys come into play to squeeze shorts out. I would like to see if we get a movement below this. I'd like to see, do we get one more squeeze down here, a trial, or if we support this buy side imbalance there, that's another possibility too. Either way, I think we're drawing up to this sell side imbalance. So moral of the story there, keep in your position. Sell side and a premium. So I think we're going to run for these lows here. These seem like too clean of relative lows for them to not take out first. And there's no guarantee it's going to head up here, by the way. If we take a look at that, this sell side imbalance would be within an optimal trade entry reverse retracement of this move lower. Then if we also take just the bodies of these candles, we see that this SIBI would be exactly where that 50% optimal trade entry drill would come into play too. So we want to see maybe a quick little blip below here and then a continuation higher with a draw up to this sell side imbalance. And then maybe during New York, we target these relative equal lows, followed by this short-term low, this tail consequent encroachment, and this short-term low as well. Okay, so again, we're watching this closely. We're seeing if we can trade down to equilibrium. And we might not get that shot. We traded down to this 1 minute candle, and now we've held this buy side imbalance. So we'll see if this continues to hold or not. We may not get this entry here. Unfortunately, I am running out of time. And chances are there's not going to be a huge run before 9:30 in the morning, so I may not be able to stay for much longer because I still have to eat and get started with my morning meetings. So, yeah. Let's see what we got here. So looks might be making a run for it. I want to be a part of this trade, but I don't want to continue to buy market when I don't need to. But I do think that it's going to rise up to there. I'm going to enter here. Let's see what that gives us. And then I will see, does this care to drop us from here? Or is it going to squeeze higher? So it's interesting how every single time I market enter, that it's almost instantaneous that this thing sells off. I'm very good at that, picking the tops to enter. So this market buy, I'm hoping, leads to a sell-off that gets the lower entry in. It's very interesting. But this buy side got respected here. So maybe we see a return down to roughly this area. And if I were to enter again here, this would be calling dollar cost averaging here, which is frowned upon by Apex. Usually you want to find that good, nice entry down here. You're allowed to do it one time, but you don't want to make a habit of it. Otherwise, it will continue to, it'll continue to harm you over time. So if this drops, fine. I'll let it drop. I think that there's a good chance that it heads up into this area. 71.85. That's not a lot of room for me to grow there, but I do think that we're in for a movement up into that area first. So we'll see. Profit is going to be taken at this high here. We'll see if we get it, though. It might just drop from here, right? Because I'm really good at picking tops, apparently. There is no internal range liquidity here, which is interesting to me. Let me get rid of this buy limit here. If this gets stopped out, it gets stopped out. But I'm lowering the loss amount on my loss curve, right? So every time I'm halving what I lost previously, so my risk is going down more and more every single time. Okay, so it's not 8:48. I have meetings coming up at 9:15 that I have to be a part of. And I actually need to set up some time here too. E30. Looks like we're gonna get this move lower. Like I mentioned, I'm very good at choosing tops apparently. So if we start to see this move lower though, chances are we're gonna head towards this 19,550 area that we wanted to in the first place, but we'll see. Let's see if we get stopped out here. Because then it'll aim for this liquidity here is probably what we're aiming for now. It's so funny how every single time I enter, it just happens to be the top. I'm very good at that today. But I like a return to like 592. I think that's reasonable. Like midpoint up here too. Like I think that's all reasonable for us to potentially target. Mostly from a Fibonacci perspective. Like I see that the true low and high of this range is roughly 580. Looks like we got taken out there. That's fine. We will try again here. And we'll hope that this gets taken out first here for an optimal trade entry into this buy side imbalance. Now, keep in mind right now, our real-time hour chart means that where we're at right now is roughly here, right? Where that grade line is. So roughly around here. So we're going to open up with a gap to the upside. So I would imagine that we would want to go up to that gap, fill that out before we come out and take out this sell side inefficiency. So that's what the play is that I'm mapping out in my brain, right? So now we took out this sell side, right? Good, good. And I will leave this limit order here. If this gets tagged and taken out, then so be it. We'll be done for this counts for the day, and we'll go trade evaluations or sim instead. All right, 8:52. All right, so we're starting to get a little bit movement lower. 8:53. So a move down into this buy side imbalance. That's what we're looking for right now. Let me get rid of the old one here. This was a 5-minute one, I believe. Yeah. We're looking for an optimal trade entry. And let's see if we get it. Looks like it teased reaching down there and just didn't quite get down there. So remember, every single time I tried, it sold off. Tried, it sold off. Tried, it sold off, right? Very interesting, to say the least. Always cognizant that there's this sell side liquidity waiting below us, so we could even take that out first and then head higher, but I imagine we would go find internal range liquidity first. What does this look like if I use the bodies? Around 49 as well. Okay. Not too much different. So relative equal lows engineered here as well. Discount. Purchased in a discount. Purchased in a discount. Relative equal lows formed. I imagine these get tagged soon. Slight 15-minute buy-side imbalance up here. 8:57. I do need to get going though, because I need to go get some food. I'm gonna leave these up here, and then we'll see if it trades. Throughout the day, I'll leave this up, and if there's any trades, I will take them and look for them. But once we hit this sell-side imbalance, I'm gonna be looking for price to enter shorts. Maybe this mitigation block up here as well, right? So watch out for those. As these are we can see that these would be within optimal trade entry range as well. So give it the grace to go up there, but it doesn't have to go all the way up to the 70% mark. It could just be, you know, beyond this dealing range, hit this bearish order block, and then go down from there too. So once we hit this range, I'm going to be looking for shorts, okay? Even though it's a macro bullish week, I'm still looking for shorts when it hits that high of a premium. If it keeps on going and never gives us a displacement, then so be it, you know? It is what it is. All right, folks. Yeah, that's it for me. Hope this was fun. You saw me take some trades undisciplined today. You know, I have to be better, right? So we'll continue to wait for that disciplined entry. And yeah, have a great day, everybody. Good luck trading today. And we'll try to be back on Sunday to see what we can do for the following week if we can't trade again today. So keep in mind, we have 10 o'clock news. So 10 o'clock a.m., you're going to have some stuff there. So we'll look for a 10 a.m. silver bullet if there is one. Okay? All right. Take care, folks. See you soon. Good luck trading. I'll be here on chat only. And have a great weekend if I don't get to chat with you today. We'll catch up soon. See ya.